Hehe. Hello, hello, hello. It's been like 5 days. My bad. I promise I'm trying. I've just had shit come up a lot this week. So, you know, we vibing. We vibing. Yeah, I have actually 2 art fight pieces today that I have sketched out already. They're a bit more simplistic. I'm a little burned out, I'm not gonna lie. I need something simple at the moment, so we're doing something simple. Not necessarily simplistic designs, mind you, but yeah, simplistic compositions and nothing overly complicated this time around. At least for the moment. Don't mind that other file at the top. We might come to that later. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, I'm just cleaning up. Wahoo. Wahee. I might be a little quiet. I have like a teeny tiny headache. I don't really know why. I think I'm just tired. Probably. I did take a big enough nap today. It's been a day. It has been a fucking day. I feel like I've lived through like 3 days in one today. Just because of how much I've had happening. Yeah, doing my best. I wonder if I should put on my stream overlay, because I do conventions now. That's one of the things that's happened in the past couple days, is that I all of a sudden got another table at a convention coming up. So I'm wondering if I should start putting what conventions I'm going to be at somewhere on the stream. But then again, I suppose probably most of my viewers are not distinctly Scottish or in the UK in general. So, I don't know. Who knows? My head do be hurting though. I don't really know why it's hurting. Maybe it's because it's raining. I get pressure headaches when it rains sometimes. But I don't know if that's maybe why. Maybe. It is raining pretty bad today. I had to like go and walk to Tesco earlier. It kept like on and off raining. I was like, can you make up your mind? Am I gonna go home drenched or am I going to be dry? Can you figure it out? It's like one of the things that you kind of forget when you're not used to wearing glasses for as long as some people have been. I've only had mine for like a year. I kind of forget that rain is kind of shit when you have glasses. I keep feeling like, why can't I see anything? Exchange if rain hurts your head, take a sunny 34 degrees Celsius weather and give me the rain. Now here's the extra bonus thing. I'm also heat sensitive. I don't win no matter what. But if it comes with AC, then maybe I'd take 34 degrees Celsius. If not, then I'll deal with the rain. I don't know if that's actually why I have a headache though. It might just be stress. Because I have had a very stressful day. Or a very stressful month, I think is the more accurate statement. I think about, you know those people who have, like, they have, like, tracking for their mouse, right? To make, like, a drawing hand? But my thing, I think it's cool, But like, my thing with that is I can't fucking see what you're doing. I've always wanted to like try making it, but I don't think I'd ever actually use it. Cause like, I don't like how it actually looks. I feel like it's just blocking the majority of the screen. It's a bit silly, I think. They're fun though. I guess sometimes they work, but I feel like it wouldn't work with my art very well. It's like, I can't see half my art while I'm working. If I'm doing line art on the left side, I can't fucking see the rest of it. I feel like that would be very annoying. I don't know. I mean, I guess some people do like traditional speed painting. So I guess maybe some people don't mind that. But I do. I mind it. I mind it a lot. I do also, I've realized I don't have the references up in my Clip Studio today. Because I have them on the side, because I never, like, look at them when I have them within my Clip Studio. I just color drop from them. You can't actually see the character I'm drawing. I know you can, I've done it before where I've had the character reference at the side, but I don't like that in my workspace all that much. I mean, you get the gist. It's quite simplistic, so I don't think it matters too much. God, I love the Tiliolo music. Oh, I love it so much. I think the annoying part is I think it was also quite warm today while raining, but like we don't get warm rain here. Yeah, it's like 19 degrees now. I think earlier it was more like 25. But it's like, it just makes it so humid. And you don't even get like the nice part of humid. It just sucks. I'm saying that because I feel very, very moist all of a sudden. I don't like it. I hate the weather. It doesn't matter what the weather is, I always hate it. The British part of me. Or, well, the Scottish part of me. I don't really love calling myself British. People never mean, like, actual entirety of Britain when they say British. They mean English people. For this reason, I dislike the term British being applied to myself in anything but official capacity. Yeah, I think that's a bit better. Like a bit of an awkward twist there. I've decided to forsake some of my revenges for the moment. I do not feel like doing them. The place, it's the night theme for Tuliolal, from Final Fantasy XIV. Just on a loop, but there's nothing else in the playlist unless I switch the music entirely. I do like using city themes because they are designed to loop for ages on end and not drive you insane. It's always the benefit of them. Maybe a bit more perked up? Question mark? Every so often I get like this paranoid urge to check that the stream isn't lagging behind because I feel like every time I don't is when it decides to do that. It keeps like taking issue with my bitrate even though I have it set at the max bitrate. And then it decides to go higher on its own. I'm like, that's not on me. It's not my fault OBS is good at what it does sometimes. Oh, one of the things I did today was I ordered new merch designs. I will hopefully have in time for my next convention, which is earlier than I thought it was going to be because I was expecting my next convention to be in September and now it's in August. Not the same convention, mind you. I just surprisingly got a very last-minute table at another one. And so now I have another convention to worry about. So I had to rush finishing the designs last night. Because I literally only got this table yesterday. Which is very funny. I think I talked about this in my Discord a bit, but I filled out an interest form for a convention company, I guess, convention organization, being like, hey, I would like a table at your conventions next year. Within 2 minutes, they responded to me like, hey, we actually still have a table available for this convention of the category that you put down. Do you want it? I was like, okay. Sure. I guess I'll take a train to Aberdeen at like 7 AM. Sure, that's fine. I guess I'll do that. Cool. More work for me. Conventions are silly sometimes, I think. But that was not what I expected to happen at all. So very much... Because this convention is in like 3 weeks, mind you. So usually, they have all the tables, like, gone by that point. But I guess this one, was maybe not as well advertised for, like... Because they didn't do applications, they just had first come, first served. And so I thought they would be out of tables, but no. Apparently not. Fucking surprise for me. And luckily, it's FantasyCon and I mostly draw fantasy, so I don't need to make too much new stuff. Thank God. I'll probably make some, like, new stickers and maybe a couple new prints for fantasy stuff, and, like, that'll be it. That'll be me. I'm also just, like, they have a horror con as well, and I'm, like, slightly tempted to, like, get a table for that, but I don't think I have enough horror art or time to make enough horror art. Even though, like, the one I would be looking at would be the one that's in October. I feel like I have enough shit. I don't know. I don't know if I can make enough for that. Mind you, I have also applied for a convention that's, like, Halloween themed for, like, literally the weekend after that, but... I don't know. It's stressful trying to make lots of new merch in time for things. I don't know how people do conventions every week, because it's like, I feel slightly under pressure just doing it once a month. Not even. My mom texted her family group chat being like, do you want melon? I'm like, maybe? Let's see if I'll have to go get it myself, or... I might do. See what she says. Oh, I want melon. I want melon. I want to munch on something. I can't draw hands today. Hi, Map. That's a new one. Map. Hi, Girlson. Hello. Wrong cat. You'll never live us down. Yes, hello. I may only be like half awake at the moment. That's fair. That's a mood. Honestly, I was gonna start streaming a little bit earlier, but then I realized, maybe I shouldn't wait until 2 AM to wrap my mom's birthday gift, for tomorrow, so I did that first. Like, I'm gonna forget. I am for sure gonna forget if I leave it. Brilliant scheduling, I know, I never mean to do it, but I always end up buying the birthday card the day before. Says somebody who would absolutely do anything. Listen, it's hard, okay? It's just, you gotta grab all the tape and a pen and wrapping paper. I actually bought a pack of specifically so that I wouldn't have to do that. God, so difficult. Yeah, I don't know. I've been in between like a million things at the moment. You guys actually got white eyelashes, so I won't fill this in. I don't know if that picks up at all, but ignore it.
Different.
Oh no, thank you.
That too much?
No, should be fine.
I don't think so.
Melon! Yay! I don't think I actually get to have this kind of melon very often. We usually get, watermelon, and this is, what you call it? Like, honeydew melon? Something like that? Is that what it's called? I don't know, it's the other kind of melon. I'm gonna take a little break from drawing for a minute. Oh my god. It's so... My hands are covered in juice. Help. Why is it so... Why is it doing that? Oh my god. Being very careful with my words here. Before I say something I might regret. I'm sorry, my hands are covered in goose juice! Juice! Do you imagine? Ah, yes, my hands are covered in goose. There's so much goose on these hands. Help! My hands are covered in geese. I suppose it's one of the better jokes that could come out of me eating melon live on stream. In Nappy streams, we don't reach for the lowest common denominator of a joke. We get creative. Okay. I'll eat the other ones while I draw, I guess, and hope that it doesn't work too much. I think this might actually be the first time I've ever eaten on stream. I'm usually very... I don't know. I feel weird about eating on stream, usually. I had like I don't know, I feel like I'm trying to just kind of get out of my comfort zone with it a little bit. Now that I'm back with it, 'cause I used to hold myself to like some really wild rules about it. I don't know. I think I'm like, I don't know if I have OCD necessarily, but I do get like little tinier obsessive compulsive issues. One could share. I don't know. I tend to make very strange rules for myself sometimes. And they're not on purpose, they just kind of happen. Although I do remember, because I used to get counseling when I was a teenager because I had issues. I remember there was, I think it was like towards the start of them, I had to fill out, it was like a form that like, it basically like tallied up, it had a bunch of questions and like your answers for them would tally up like for like 5 different mental disorders, and I do remember OCD coming up as like pretty high compared to a lot of the other stuff. I was like, huh, let's never touch on that one. Never came up. I remember looking at being like, that's not the one I expected to be high. Aren't those sort of things students the best? Probably. This is like, it was like a very rough, it wasn't really meant as like a diagnostic tool, it was more of, like, for actual, oh, of course the ad break starts now. Of course. Why wouldn't it? I'll just eat my melons. Yeah. I'll just bring them through later.
Okay.
I'll just bring them through later. I love that you can see me chewing in this model quite well, actually. I like comedic. It actually does. I don't think my old models used to do that. I don't think I had good enough mouth working for it. There we go. I broke over. What I was going to say was, yeah, I don't think it was supposed to be used as like a diagnostic tool of like the mental illnesses on it itself. I think it was meant to be more of like a sort of just a guide on like where my mental state was. As like a benchmark. So I think I had to do one at the end of it as well. And no, Fortnite cannot be not an advertising platform. Started a new game, one of the things we did in session 0 was build the setting, so we started building the nations of the setting. Oh yeah. I have a campaign that I've done like the skeleton of. I don't think I ever did a full count, but I like did a detailed list of all the countries, and don't know how many I actually wrote. Let's see. The cities named Urda, and so far, most of the nations are comprised of beast folk due to coincidence. I love that. How many? How many do we know? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. So I made 30 separate countries for a campaign I haven't even started. All of those have, like, their own unique cultures and shit. Like, I haven't even done anything with it. Started with not Fiera, and towards the end we realized that nobody actually explicitly included baseline humans. Oops. Yeah, no, all of those countries as well that I made up for a D&D setting, I, like, figured out the most... They're all based on different cultures as well. And they all have, different races as the most common. So some of them are more diverse than others. Some of them are, like, mainly populated by, like, one race. I kind of just went insane for a night. It's a campaign that I intend to, like, bring up to some friends to play. It's just, I am not currently in the mental state to try and run a campaign at the moment. Cause, you know, my life is imploding right now. But I don't know. It would be one thing if I was, like, trying to run a campaign that I had already started before everything came up in my personal life. It's another thing to start it after. I think I need to wait, because I am already losing my mind enough. I was saying during the outbreak, but, I love that this model actually accidentally, is able to capture me chewing properly. I didn't realize how good it actually was at that. Chewing air, on God. Proper mouth movements, I know. I feel like I was debating on which model to use today, because the thing I tend to find, and it becomes very noticeable during art fight, is that people always gravitate more towards the villain design, which I will admit, like, is probably one of my stronger designs. I'm just not as fond as the rigging anymore. I might go back and fix it up a bit. My main issue is that it's because it's a 3/4 model. The actual main reason I don't use it is because 3/4 models are a pain in the fucking ass to rig for anything. Hence why you don't see them often. That's why. And I like 3/4 models, but, like, they're such a pain. But I might at some point go and fix up. The mouth in particular is, like, one of the points I dislike on that model. So I don't know. I'm thinking of either I'll go in and revamp the rigging on the existing model, or I might make it into an outfit on this model. I'm not sure, yeah. Because I really like the rigging on this model. This model has my favorite rigging that I've done, which makes sense because it's my most recent one. So it's probably got my most skilled rigging that I've had. And it's not like the 3/4 model rigging was bad, it's just the mouth, because of the 3/4 on a mouth is really not great. It's not a fun rigging experience, I'm gonna be completely real. So it's very difficult to deal with. So I might just make it into an outfit on this one. Because I do want to bring it back. Just not a 3/4 model. It wouldn't be the first time, actually, that I've brought an old outfit back on a newer model. I did it with my little cartoon models as well. Because like the other, what I think is like kind of iconic Nabby outfit, the green one, because a lot of my streaming was done on my, I think it was technically my V4 model. That was the one that had like the cat outfit and the goth outfit. I think a lot of people found me around that one. So like in my eyes, that one's kind of the iconic Nabby outfit. But now it's like, I think the villain has turned into that one. And I'm like, maybe I should revamp that one in a way and bring it back. If only so I can not cringe seeing it, because I do like the design itself, I just don't love the modeling. I don't like the rigging. And the style's a bit outdated as well, mind you. Because now I tend to do my eyes different. I think that was actually the last model I did that style of eye on. If you remember, it was like it was a much brighter green, and now I go for like a deeper green with the white pupil. Just because I like that. I think it looks really nice. I don't know. Just like changes in my style, so it just kind of happens. Mind you, I mean, I suppose I never really do my rigs in my normal style just because, like, some parts of my normal style are a bit awkward for rigging. Although, I think it's gone a little better with, people are getting better with, like, full noses and stuff, you know? I've seen a lot more semi-realistic models, which is very cool. Or more, like, painterly style. I've seen a lot more unique models, is what I'm trying to say, in terms of style. But I think there is, like, some level of, complication. Yeah. Like, current rigging, oh boy, I'm just like, I'm not all that interested in a lot of the things. It's like, what's the point of leaning? It's like one person did a lean, and then everyone else decided, oh, I want to do that as well, but like, what the fuck do you use that for? I don't know, I mean, I suppose there's some people that can have a use for it, but it's like, how many people are actually gonna use it? Meanwhile, me who, like, just figured out how to, like, make tongue rigging less complicated for myself. So I don't even, well, I mean, I don't have tongue rigging on my models because I use NVIDIA's webcam tracker, so that doesn't actually have tongue tracking. So I actually can't. I would have to have like a proper toggle for tongue out. It's like, how often are we gonna use that? Some of my earlier models had that though, I suppose. Not as tongue tracking, but like as a toggle. But I don't know. I'm not sure there's that much of a point. It's like, it's one thing. I feel like it's one thing when it fits the character you're wanting to do, and like if you have it as the tracked version, but I'm just like, I don't think I'd use the toggle enough to justify the effort. You know? Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Yeah. I'm really bad at not making a bazillion plans for models. Like even when I wasn't streaming, I was still like, I wanna make models. I wanna make some models. And then every time I open up Live 2D I remember why I actually kinda hate it. I ping pong between loving and hating making models. Just constantly ping-ponging. I am inconsistent at times. I just realized he actually has... He has eyebrow piercings. I just noticed them. I'm gonna slowly, like, move his eyebrow a little bit and lengthen it a little. Pretty sure those are eyebrow piercings. Yeah, they are. I actually do think eyebrow piercings are quite cool looking. I don't see them very often, actually. I see like nose piercings or lip piercings all the time. I feel like I don't see eyebrow piercings all that often nowadays. I don't know. Maybe I just don't notice them. Well, I suppose sometimes I see them, actually. I feel like I don't see them as much as I used to. I don't know. I'm not personally all that interested in getting piercings for myself, but they do look cool. I like how they look on other people. It's like, I have my ears pierced and I don't even wear earrings. Like, I stopped wearing earrings ages ago. Now I only, like, put them in just to, like, keep the piercings open. Albeit, part of that is because I am allergic to, nickel earrings. I think it was. So, like, it fucking hurts to wear them. My ears get so inflamed and it kinda sucks. But... part of it is also... one of my ear piercings was done kind of shit. It's really difficult to get earrings into that ear. It's just a painful experience every time because I'm like jabbing myself in a million places that are not the rest of the hole. Because it's like, I don't know how the fuck they managed it, but it's like it goes in one side of my earlobe. And then it goes somewhere else and goes out in a different part of the other side. And I don't know how the fuck they managed to pierce it like that, but it's a pain in the ass every time. Every time I try to put an earring in. Every single time. Pain in the fucking ass. But literally it's painful actually. It does hurt. So, I don't know. I don't even know if I could, like, get that fixed in any way. There's not much point. I don't even wear earrings anyway. Like, as is. That's the secret lore as to why only one of my ears on this model has earrings. That's the one ear that doesn't have the fucked up holes. Actually, that unironically is the ear that doesn't have the awful, awful hole. The awful ear piercing that sucks. Let me get the... Oh, hair is too dark, so gonna need to like lighten it very slightly just so I can get a little bit of depth in it. I just realized I don't erase under that. There we go. God, I love this music so much. I think I could... This is like one track that I can listen to forever. Well, probably not forever, but probably longer than most songs. I have the daytime version as well. I might pop that one on later, too. Because I really like the daytime version. But I feel like the nighttime version is a bit more chilled out. I don't know. Both are probably... I mean, they're both very jazzy. But I feel like the daytime version is very upbeat. Oh, no, that's not what I meant. That will be the same color, but it's just because I do need to... I do need to fill... I'm trying to think of how to equilibrate this in my style. I think it's supposed to be kind of uneven, but the way Anchor paints, we have very different styles. I love their style to death. Like, I adore it. I think we have attacked each other like every year for a good couple of years. I've left it quite late this year just because I'm a bit behind in things. I'm not awake and I'm not asleep. You know, sometimes that's how it is. You're in limbo. Welcome to limbo. Ba, 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 ba. I wonder if there's a way to set up OBS to switch the music every once in a while so that I don't have to do it. There must be, right? Ah! Why are we yelling? Why are we screaming? What's happening? Are you just trying to like wake yourself up? Do you want me to like yell into the mic for you? Finished my tea. Yes, I did. I finished my tea before stream. I had to check. It would be cold by now if I hadn't. I kind of want to play Final Fantasy 14, but I don't really have much to do. Well, it's not like there's not like a bunch to do, but it's more so I don't have much I want to do right now that I could make an actual stream out of. I do want to do a gaming stream soon, but I think I'll wait until after Art Fight is over. So I think I'm with my streaming now. I think I'm going to be more so. I mean, I'm sure you could tell I've been more so focused on like drawing streams for a while now, even like before the 9-month hiatus. I think it was a lot more focused on art streams, and it's because I want to mostly focus on art streams, but I do also want to play video games. So I need to figure out a little balance for it. Yeah. I want to do both. I think, one of the reasons I stepped away from stream for a while was just because I was quite burnt out with it. Both because I was doing like a bazillion things at the same time with university, but also like I very much pressured myself a lot to only play games on stream ever, and then I wasn't I don't know, I wasn't feeling as relaxed because it was more pressure than I wanted. Whereas like it's easier with art because like I will draw art whether it's on stream or off stream. It does not fucking matter. But I do want to do some gaming streams. I think I might focus with a lot of them just being games I've already played before, more so. Like my childhood games, I think. You know? At least for a little while. It was also in part because, some of those, if you remember I had like the Layton streams going for a while, I don't think I have that save file anymore because my SSD killed itself. Although that was actually on my laptop, although my laptop also killed itself, pretty much. I think it still technically works, but not well. What did my childhood games look like? A lot of Pokemon, and one of the ones I really want to play on stream is, there was a Back Again game. It was on the Wii and the DS. I had the DS version, and it's still probably one of my favorite childhood games. It's a very good game. So I do want to stream that at some point because I fucking love that game. I love it so much. Even now, I think it's actually very good. Might just be years since I played it, so it might just be rose-tinted glasses, but that's one of the games I want to play. I want to get my hands on either a secondhand Wii or convince my flatmate to let me just kind of yoink their Wii U for a while. Because they don't really use it, so I'm sure they wouldn't mind. Because I want to play Harvest Moon Magical Melody, I think it was called. Because I spent so much fucking time on that game as a kid. Oh my god. I don't care what anyone says, that game was great. Also because, like, I have some of the newer, Story of Seasons games. They just don't hit it for me. They don't do it. I don't know what's happened. They feel very soulless compared to the original games. I don't know. So, Harvest Moon Magical Melody is one of the other games that I wanna... What colors is my art gonna be? Shading background wise, I haven't decided yet. The colors for the character are just like, I'm just using their canon colors. Which means they're gonna be a bit more, what's the word? Desaturated than my usual color palettes, which is fine. But I don't know. I haven't decided on like background color and on the shading. The shading will probably depend on whatever color I choose for the background. Most likely. I wanted to make sure I streamed tonight as well, because I know it's been a few days. Just because things have been a bit all over the place. But because I'm hanging with friends tomorrow night, so... And also because it's also my mom's birthday. And also I have a funeral. It's a lot. Of course the ad break starts right when I'm talking about stuff. Always, like, perfect timing. No, that's not gonna work. Whatever. What the fuck? What did I just do? I did that. No. No. I may be silly. Just a bit silly. I feel like I can't fucking see this color on that specific gray background. Too close to the gray I used to not burn my eyes. Yeah, what I was saying was, so, got my mom's birthday tomorrow. I'm also hanging out with friends after we get home from going out for dinner, and then a few hours later I also have a funeral. An online funeral at 1 AM. I can't believe it's the first time I'm ever going to the funerals at 1 AM online. Because my granddad lived in Australia. Or well, he moved to Australia and then has been living there. Had been. So it's a bit packed tomorrow. Just a little bit packed. With stuff and things happening. And then I have D&D the day after, so I don't want to go a full week without streaming. Because then that would just spiral into me going on another very long hiatus, wouldn't it? I don't particularly want to do that at the moment. But I do want to try and keep up with streaming for at least a little while. Oops. I kind of forgot that those were on the same layer. We do enjoy the nap streams. I'm glad. If you weren't, I'd be wondering why you were here. Yeah, I have been enjoying streaming again. I think going on the break did me some good. With like actually just streaming when I want to and not pressuring myself, you know? I don't want to stream when I'm not up to it because it just puts me into that. It does not make me happy. I was doing that for a while. I think I was doing that for a good year. I was streaming when I didn't necessarily really want to be. And it just made it worse. And now I'm just streaming because I want to stream and I actually feel quite good about it. Oh, crazy. I am not built to schedule streams, as it turns out. Clearly. So that's the plan. No schedules. I'll just stream when I feel like it. And I'll stream whenever. Maybe eventually I'll turn back to schedules, but probably not. I don't think it works for me. This skin tone is so not what my usual palette involves. But, you know what, we color pick no matter what. You want to be grey, we do grey. Fine. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I used to use a bit more muted colors, but I feel like now I'm like, nah, full saturation. Fuck you. Well, no, it's more like mid-saturation, I suppose. But I tend to notice... I do notice that, oh, that's the other piece that we're doing afterwards. Don't mind that. We'll get to that. Yeah, I do hope it comes across that, like, I am actually enjoying streaming a lot more. I'm just streaming because I want to stream. Yeah. I think I had sort of the realization for a while that, like, I don't want streaming to be my career. That's not what I'm interested in. And I felt like I was really forcing it for like a good long while. It's like, nah, I just want to stream because it's fun. If it turns into anything else later, that's fine. It's like my primary thing is I am an artist. That is my main thing. If I have to take up other work in the meantime, that's fine, I guess. But like, I'm trying to do the freelance thing. I picked a very bad time for it. But I'm trying. I'm trying a lot of new things this year, like in general. And I think part of it is that like I think it's good for me to stream, if only, especially like when it comes to streaming art. I think it's quite good for what I'm wanting to do, which is why I'm a bit happier doing it now. I don't feel quite as miserable. I don't know. What I use there? It's a bit weird in my style, I feel like. What I use there? I thought this is the wrong one. More towards gray, I think. Yeah. So hopefully with this, with me streaming just because I want to and not forcing myself to when I'm not feeling up for it, I think it'll be a bit better. And hopefully that's been coming across as well. I would hope. Like last year especially, I was not having a good time last year. I've not been having a good time this year either, but like I feel like I'm in a different position. I'm not gonna say a better one necessarily because it's not necessarily a better position, but I think I'm a bit more secure with what's happening. I'm a bit, I don't know how to describe it. I feel like it's my current thing is that things are happening around me, less so than my brain is all funky. 'Cause last year it was just my brain was all funky. Yeah, so long as my head is still on. Exactly. So I think this will be a better format. Just in general. So, you know, so there might be points where I don't stream for like a good while. But hopefully there should also be more points that I am streaming. And hopefully there should be a bit of a balance now that can form. It also helps, one of my friends has been getting back into streaming as well. Like, I don't know. I spent a while where I just wasn't on Twitch in general. One of the things, I think I've talked about it before, I'm still really pissed off about, if you remember in December, the whole, artistic nudity thing that happened. I'm still very pissed off about that. Because one of the things I do kind of want to do is to do life drawing streams. And there was like a brief window where, yes, life drawing study streams, good. And then I was like, no, fuck you. Because not even, like, other people misused it. I'm like... pained. I don't know if I think I would be able to do it on YouTube. I think. Because there is life drawing stuff on YouTube. And like, artistic nudity, as long as it's like, not sexualized is fine. The other thing I could use is Picarto. Picarto, you can just do whatever the fuck you want, pretty much, when it comes to art. So you can draw NSFW on there, it's fine. I don't know. It's not something I necessarily want to, like, try and make a thing out of now. But I feel like I probably should be doing life drawing. It's been a while. It's been a minute. So I probably should do some. I think it would be fun to stream this sort of thing. Even if it would probably be like... I don't know if I would have my mic on for that. I feel like it would just be quite a... I don't know. I'm very used to silence during life drawing, so... Or, well, it's either silence or... I guess sometimes the model would be kind of chatty. I do... It's so funny. I kind of hated life drawing when I was in uni. Not because I don't enjoy life drawing itself, but because it would always make my back hurt really bad. And now I'm kind of missing it a little. But... bleh. Like, what do you mean I have to self-organize my studies? The fuck? What do you mean? This was also a thing of like, I had life drawing consistently for 5 years and now I suddenly haven't had any for a year. I was like, oh, yeah, right. That's a thing that helps. Yeah, I think at the moment I'm very focused on trying some new stuff with the convention thing. I'm trying to get more animation work, but like the industry is kind of imploding. So I don't know how that one's gonna go. It would be nice to get some more, but I don't know. Right now, my main thing is kind of convention stuff. I do like doing them. I had fun the first time around. I want to keep doing them. Well, they are not cheap. I don't know how big FantasyCon Scotland is gonna be. I don't imagine it's gonna be super huge, but I'm hoping it'll be enough to at least like make back my expenses. Mind you, HongKong Dundee was very small, and I still managed to make a good 200 out of that, so I don't know. It was actually more like 260, actually. Like, But God, merch is expenny to produce. Oof. Maybe I should make like a flashing. Maybe not a flashing sign. Actually, don't do that. That's a bad idea. But like a very big and obvious sign of like, hey, I have an online shop. Please buy stuff. Or like maybe just a little montage. That might be a good idea. Just like in the corner. I don't know. Maybe that'd be kind of cute. When I'm doing art streams specifically, I'd probably turn it off for gaming streams. But maybe that would be a nice thing to do. I don't really know how to make a gallery montage though, in OBS specifically. Like, you just put it in like this top corner over here. Maybe that'd be kind of cute. I do still have, well, I'm hoping to continue having, because I don't particularly want to order all of my merch in again for Acme Autumn, because that's quite a bit. But I do still have plenty of stuff. My personal favorite, I think everyone's personal favorite, seems to be my Autism Creeper keychains. Although I do also like my Alpha Card keychains. I think those are cute, but those are also like very specific to Final Fantasy XIV. I have ordered in, well, today I ordered some wood pins for Dunmeshi. Actually, I'm gonna show those. I'm quite happy with them. You guys will get a little preview of them. I've made these little designs for wood pens. And I haven't done any pre-sampling because I don't have enough time to do that. Oh my god. Be smaller, please. Yeah, I think they're cute. I'm hoping they'll continue to look cute in the whip pins. You're gonna be 20 millimeters aside from Fallen, who's gonna be 30 millimeters. I'm hoping they turn out good because I don't really have enough time for prototyping, and also they cost like 100 quid. To make them all, so that's what it'd be, like 10 of each design. It's like, oh, merch is expensive. But I'm hopefully gonna have these in time for FantasyCon Scotland. Fingers crossed. It should be. It's like 3 weeks until that convention. And I'm not using, like, I'm specifically not using Vogue Race this time, which, like, I usually use Vogue Race for, like, everything, but, I'm specifically using, Zap Creatives instead because they're UK-based, so they're a bit faster, but they are more expensive. But hopefully I'll have these in time, for FantasyCon Scotland, and then I don't know if I'll have to order more for Acme Autumn. I might have to. I don't know. Should I just leave this little teaser up here? This is like really tiny. Two in the corner. But yeah, I finished these off last night. I was gonna wait because like I was expecting to only need to do them for Acme Autumn, but you know, I still need to. Is that even visible? I guess it's slightly visible, huh? Bye. Could I just litter my stream with a bunch of shit. Like yeah. Oh, why is it done for both of them? Wait, no, that's not what I wanted. Oh. Why did that do that? Whoa. With the audio? What the fuck? Okay, no, wait. I know what the problem was. Hold on. Don't do it for both of them. We only need one of them. Jeez. Just... yeah. This is what our stream is today. I'm just being silly now. Put it there? I just litter my whole stream with this shit. Art and shameless marketing. Listen, I need to make money somehow. These aren't even out yet though, so maybe I'll replace this one. These ones actually exist. These ones are real. I made those ones as stickers for Acme Dundee. So those actually exist. What else do I have? Well, I've got a lot of stuff. I've that's actually, well, I have that as a sticker, I suppose. It's actually part of the car keychains. He's just little. What else do I have? I have my Moogles, I have my Carbuncles. Da, da, da. I did this one on stream, but I'm planning on having these notebooks ready for Acme Autumn, but we'll see because they're not cheap to produce. I don't think I ever actually showed the back view of it. That's what the back looks like. It's a bit more simplistic from the front, but I think it's cute. Well, I'm hoping to have this one made in time for Acme Autumn, hopefully. I'll definitely have them as prints, though. Ah, the Hollow people. Yeah, Hollow Man. I'll definitely have them as prints at the very least, even if I can't, like, get the notebooks made. I do want to make the notebooks, though. And... maybe I'll shove the Senshi in the corner. Is this allowed? What else do I have? I'm trying not to make, like, too much new stuff, because, like, it is actually quite expensive to get stuff made. When it's not self-printed. I'll just shove the other Yippee in. Why not? Two of them. I'll just shove them there, that's fine. Right? That's fine. I'm just being silly. I don't know why I'm in such a hyper mood today, actually. I feel like I'm quite hyper today, compared to usual. Bay magic? Well, for why I'm hyper? It's awesome to see, is it? I feel like I'm usually quite chilled out. I don't know why I'm in such a good mood at the moment. Here's the music. No, I don't know. Maybe I'm just losing my mind a bit. But I feel like especially on drawing streams, I tend to be quite mellow. So I'm not sure what I'm not sure why I'm quite all over the place today. I guess I'm kind of just excited about having another convention to add to the roster. Makes me feel less shit about everything else. On the other hand, I did get rejected from a couple of cons, which is a bit sad, but I don't know. We'll get them next time. Just respond to my friend. It might just be that, because I feel like a bit of, the weight of all the shit happening to me recently is kind of lifted a bit this week. You know, it's like, the tension of waiting for my granddad to pass is, like, gone. It's like, yeah, there's grief there, but I don't know. I feel kind of at peace about it, I suppose. I don't know. Like, I'm not... My dad's out of the hostel. I think he was out of the hostel, like, last time I streamed as well. mind you, he's gonna be back in at some point, but like, I don't know. Feels like a bit of an improvement. You know, I had my little funny, silly appointment that was giving me anxiety all week. Earlier today. I don't know why I had so much anxiety about it. It was for my benefit, but I don't know. It was giving me like really bad anxiety spikes. But like that's over with. It's done. You know, if anything further happens, great. If not, I don't know. It's at least like noted. I talked a bit with one of the other people who's been dealing with it. Cause I don't should probably talk with them more, cause like I don't know, we didn't talk for a good while after graduation. Not for any particular reason, we just kinda I don't know. They're one of these people where like I think they're very cool, but I think I also feel like they're one of these people that I feel the need to have a reason to talk to them. I don't know. I find it very difficult to like with a lot of people, I find it very difficult to just strike up a conversation out of nowhere. And I feel like oh, of course the ad break starts now. It's always when I'm fucking, like, on a topic. It doesn't give me warnings anymore. It never gave me great warnings anyway, but now it's just not giving me them at all. Fucked up. I don't know. I feel like I should probably be checking in with them quite a bit as well. It's been a little while. They were very nice to me as well, when we were talking about it at the start of the month. But I'm kind of hoping that the situation will just kind of resolve itself soon, as unlikely as it is. I just don't want to deal with it, quite frankly. It's very anxiety-inducing. I don't terribly recommend being stalked and harassed. It's a solid 0 out of 10. 0 out of 10. Do not recommend. As much as I joke about it, like, it is actually quite stressful. Yeah, no, solid 0 out of 10 on the whole situation overall. I would much rather not have the extra stress if given the choice. But, probably not. I don't think she, like, uses, as far as I'm aware. So I have made comments on these streams a couple of times about what's happening with it. And she hasn't reacted to them. But I don't know. It does create a lot of anxiety. It's not very comfortable. I don't know. My whole thing is like, it's one thing to insult me. Like, you can fucking insult me on it. Oh, you're like, I don't care, whatever. But it's a step up from that, and it's like, okay, that's a whole other problem. Straight up a legal one, mind you, like. But it's such a ridiculous situation to be put in. But I don't know. I'm mostly just trying not to, like, let it get to me. Which is the hard part, actually, as it turns out. It's wild though, because don't know how much I should, like, actually talk about it, but, like, I don't even know. Where do I fucking start? Where do I start and where do I end with this? God. Probably the most bizarre situation. I was about to say probably the most situation. But it is certainly a situation. Just very particularly bizarre. I don't know. I don't want to like trigger her to attack further. I don't want to deal with it. You see someone tagging me and saying some like rather nasty shit, yeah. It's super fun and awesome. The weird part is like I know of the person, but I don't know them. I don't know why. It's very strange. It was a very strange feeling. 0 out of 10. But is what it is, I suppose. At this point, it's just like trying not to check and trigger myself. Fortunately, sometimes other people bring it up. I'm like, like, now I feel like I have to check whatever the hell she's saying. The fun part is when she's like, oh, I wish they would stop. It's like, motherfucker, we're not doing anything. It's very confusing. I do hope, like, genuinely that, like, whatever is going on with this person, I really do hope, like, she gets help and gets better, because, like, I can't imagine how bad her mental state must be. And I know I probably shouldn't be extending empathy towards someone who's, like, actively stalking and harassing me and other people, but like, I don't know. Like, even if I got offered to the option of like pressing charges, I don't know if I would want to. I mean, quite frankly, I don't want to. It's like a whole thing. And I really don't want to deal with it. I don't know. Very weird situation. As much as I laugh about, like, some of it, it's not pleasant, like, for sure. But I feel, I don't know, I feel somewhat calmed down about it now. It's like, if she wants to obsess over things, fine, whatever. She can do that. That's on her. It's not really my problem. I haven't done anything. Anyway, that's what's been happening for me. That was like a today thing, and I think I'm wanting to mostly move on from it if possible. Because I don't know, it's exhausting, man. It's a very exhausting situation to be put in against your will. Especially when, like, I have so much shit going on right now, man. I don't need the extra stress. Anyway, this is almost done. I just need to color it now. I kind of want to do some pattern in the background, though. What brushes do I have? What would be good for this character, actually? I got some, like, blood brushes. That might work. Maybe not in that color, though. Mayhap not in that color. Really only works in one direction, huh? Not like that, no. Actually, that's probably a better one. What else do I have? I have that. What if I make it like... Oh, that might work better. Yeehaw. Kinda like that. A bit messy, but who cares? Oh, posture check. Thank you. Okay. I wasn't sitting that bad, but I will sit more up than I was. Ahoy! I have to figure out what texture. I don't know why I made that layer, because I think I'll just delete that. Because I think I'm gonna drop a texture in. Let's see what works. What textures do I have? What do I have? Would be good for this. What is this one? I don't remember that one. What's that? I want to see what it is. What the fuck? Where are you? I don't remember you being in there. Did I just get like randomly dropped into my... Oh, what the fuck? Hello? um... Oh, okay. That's a new one. That wasn't there before. When did that sneak into my textures? The fuck? What the hell? Oh, I have harsh. Ooh. Let me download that. That might be nice. It might be nice. With a little bit of work, obviously. Not like that. Oh, that might work. Not like that. Yeah, I think that looks kind of nice, actually. Ooh, that's very bright and very strainy. No, not like that. Interesting. Okay. No. Weird. Huh? Okay. That kind of works, actually. Apparently I'm not allowed to go any darker. On that one. Okay, sure. Sure, that works, I think. Okay. I can work with that. Yeah. I kinda like that. Not really the best color for this one. Queen. No. No, it's too bright. That's just kind of weird looking. I guess overlay it is. It is being decided for me, it will be overlay. Oh, I should probably do. I've been doing this on a lot of my recent art. As I've been going in and doing a bit of rim light. So I think it looks kind of nice. stream bitrate too high. Yeah, shut up. I know, I don't think I ever figured out how to fix Blackboard. I just realized. I want to check something real quick. Oh, I still have, I have Club Series Start still open. Oops. My bad. I was just trying to check something there. Yeah, I think doing rim light like this is kind of nice looking. I feel like it makes it look a bit cleaner somehow. I don't know. I just started doing it in that piece I was streaming like a couple of weeks ago, I think. And I really liked how it looked. I don't know if I'm gonna like keep doing it for everything, but I kind of vibe with it, you know? Kind of vibing. Keep getting like this random back pain out of nowhere. It's really weird. I keep getting like, it's like a knot in my shoulder or something. Or like it feels like it's in my spine, to be honest, most of the time. But I don't know why I keep getting it. It's really annoying though. You know what I keep having like an indescribable urge to do recently? Like I keep having the urge to call people chat. I don't even usually say that on stream. It's like, what I'll tend to do is like, I go like, dear reader. But I keep getting this urge to, instead of writing dear reader, I keep like feeling like I should be saying like, chat. Listen, chat. I don't know what the urge is. Hello, chat. Hello, chat. Would you like to play a game? Chat. I don't know what it is about saying chat when you're referring to multiple people. Instead of just being normal about it. I don't know what the urge is. What is this? Hello chat, I say on my Twitter. There's only like 2 people here who could just see the names. Listen! That's what I usually do. Why it's such a funny urge to have. It's like, I literally know who's here. I could just say the names. But chat, listen. It's just funny, okay? It's funny, silly. I love that you can tell when my head goes too far down because my model just starts freaking the fuck out. I see it out the corner of my eye. I'm like, oops, I have my head too far down again. There goes my posture. When people go on Discord and type, hey, what's up, chat? Hey, chat. Chat, listen. What's up, chat? Let's go. Me going into my Discord with my friends and be like, hey, chat. Chat was good. Just silly. I don't know what the urge is. I just had it recently, okay? Ouch. I have this issue. Now I'm wearing headphones. I'm wearing over-ear headphones. They always, like, crush my left ear specifically. And make it really itchy. And I'm like, why? What's with my left ear what's with my left ear in particular that makes it so hard for it to just deal with wearing an over-ear headphone? What's this problem, huh? Why is it getting crushed like that? Stop it. It's fucked up. It's also kind of weird wearing over your headphones with glasses. I'm not really used to it. Irresistible itch. I'm gonna kill you. I don't even have like my... I don't have my VTube Studio up. There you go. I don't even remember which one. This one. Not that one. That's the wrong one. This one. There we go. I'll just stare at you uncomfortably for a while. I don't even remember what emotes I have on this half the time. I never use them. Oh, that one's just the other grade. That's that off. Sob. Heart eyes. It's funny, I can't actually blink with widening my eyes like that. That one's just that. And this one's blush. I think I had another one. Another secret extra bonus one. No, I didn't. Or yes, I did. Wait. Oh yeah, this one. Ah, tiny eyes. Can't even see them that well because I'm too small. Ah, shiny eyes. That was cute, but I have very little reason to use it most of the time. I don't even have VTube Studio like up and available half the time when I'm streaming, just because it gets in the way. Especially when I'm one monitor down at the moment, because I just don't have... I only have 3 monitors here instead of 4. Ugh. It's so hard, like, just not having a monitor that you're used to having. It's like, ugh. Oh, how do you live with less monitors? What the fuck? How did I used to live like this? How did I used to live with 1 monitor? What the fuck? So fucked up. What a world. God, I sound like a fucking asshole. We were just more space efficient. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's not that bad actually. It's just one less monitor that I can actively have something up on. It is indeed very useful. I managed to get 3 here. Well, 2 monitors and 1 drawing tablet. We're having windows in the corner of the window. Oh Jesus. Of course, there's another ad break. I think I'm gonna finish this and I'm gonna go on a quick break afterwards just to go to the toilet and like put away stuff real quick. Like a quick 5-minute break, and then afterwards we'll go on to the second piece of art. That's cool. That's chill. I feel like I need to enforce some breaks for myself sometimes. You know, I'm actually very I'm like shit at taking breaks, honest to God. I'm trying to like make a conscious effort. Like, maybe I shouldn't overwork myself to death. Maybe that would be fun. Of course, I'm saying this all on the ad break. What I was saying was, like, I'll finish this piece. I'll take like a 5-minute break. Go to the bathroom and like sort some stuff real quick, and then we'll go back to the next piece. So I need to force myself to take little breaks. It's actually mostly I just need to go to the bathroom. But I think it's also a good point to just take a little tiny break. Get stretched, get some more water. You know. Things that are good for you. Stand up. Do yoga. I don't know. What do people do to be healthy? I don't fucking know. Health who? Sorry, I don't know them. Yummy art, thank you. Very much. I have a second piece. I was just saying, I don't know if you were in for it. I'm gonna take a quick break in a moment. Since this is pretty much done. I have the second piece to work on as well. We'll see how long that takes. Might take a bit longer. It's not a headshot, so. Ugh, but we shall see. Let me sign this and get my watermark in. Just because I need to. Oh dear. Why is it so big? Be smaller, please. I should probably also highlight, just highlight those gloves, probably. So I feel like... yes, I realized I'm a fucking idiot after last stream. Because I have had... So for like 2 or 3 streams in a row, I kept having people coming in for like art fight stuff. And then like asking for my art fight, and I was like, oh, I should probably like set up a command. I already had a command. I just had it turned off. I'm fucking stupid. I felt like an idiot. I've had it there for like God knows how long, and I just turned it off for some reason. It was like, oh, it's no art fight time, so why would I need that? So yeah, I did not in fact have to make a command for it, I already had one. And it would probably help if I had remembered. My styles are so nom nom. Oh, thank you. I'm so glad they're yummy enough. I too enjoy yummy looking art styles. I feel like I want to change the color of the mold just a little bit. So not just like pitch black, you know? I could just do them on the line art layer and then never change the color, even though I meant to change the color. I don't know why I left until just now. What do I want to make this a little less harsh? Do that kind of uneven, I guess? Yeah. Okay. Ugh. Let me export this. I believe that's pretty much done. Okay. Actually, one more thing. Colors, what colors? Don't worry, I'm gonna reduce that quite heavily. And also... Okay. Alright. Now I can export it. And take a quick 5-minute break. Go to the bathroom. Get more water. I actually have quite a bit of water left, but... put my food away. Then we will, oh, my voice cracked there. Then we'll be back with this one. Bye. See you in, like, 5 to 10 minutes. Probably somewhere in between those numbers. Hola, we're back. We are so back, chat. Also, who the fuck clipped something? I just noticed in my Twitch stats bar. Who clipped? Who clipped? Put your hands up. Anyway. I'll have to go check that later. Yeah, onto this, which I should probably actually get the character reference up, huh? Check. Oh, my back's all crunchy still. What the fuck? Owie, owie. Just checking my art fight real quick. Yeah. This one's me sitting in my bookmarks for a bit. I'm currently ignoring, the one revenge. Well, the one revenge. Yeah, technically. I have a couple of, like, potential chain ones that I could do, but I think this year I'm just not. I'm doing enough as is. I'm not just doing art fight stuff this year. I'm like trying to juggle a bazillion things. So I'll get back to that one revenge later. Possibly, I don't know. I don't like not doing revenges, but this year's a bit hectic. So I might have to be like, okay. No, technically I have to revenge by my rules, but I don't wanna. And yeah, I kind of feel it sometimes. I'm usually like pretty happy to revenge people, but at the moment I was like, I spent like a full week trying to catch up on all my revenges, and I'm like, I want to draw the characters I picked out for myself to draw, actually, instead of just revenging people all month. That'd be nice. So I feel like half the time I only end up spending half the month just doing revenges, especially this year because I'm a bit slower than I was last year. Last year I was like blazing through because I had nothing better to do, but like this year, because I'm like drawing con merch and I'm working on a comic and like I'm trying to sort out a billion things and my personal life is in fucking shambles. It's like I'm just I'm maybe not as with it as I usually am, you know. I'm doing my best, but like I think I am gonna the rest of the month probably focus more on attacks for people that I actually intend to. There is one revenge I do want to get back to, but that's because like it's with a friend and we usually chain revenges for a bit, but like we haven't changed because I haven't attacked them back yet. So because I did the first attack and then they revenged, and then I haven't gone back and done another because I've been trying to catch up on my other ones, and I'm like, So I might go back to that. Depending on how long this one takes, I might do another attack on them, like a quick one. Because I do like chaining revenges with them. I'm just not with it this year. I'm just fucking going through it this year, you know? So. And unfortunately, I gotta be an adult, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I do want to primarily focus on people that I actually picked out that I specifically wanted to attack. You know? Like, I want to draw what I want to draw. I don't want to draw because I feel obligated to draw something for someone. I did put like a little notice in my bio earlier today, like, hey, I'm gonna take a break from the revenges because I want to draw the stuff that I want to draw first and foremost. And I might come back to them, but I might not also. I wonder if I should. Maybe I'll change the music a bit. We've been on this one for a couple of hours. I'm gonna put on the other version of it. Oh god. Fucking back is like. It's really trying to shrimp. This version. Very upbeat. I feel like this is being a pretty hyper stream. I think I'm allowed to put on the upbeat music. Compared to usual, at least. I'm kind of going for like some more simplistic, like toony styled characters this year rather than more detailed ones. So I'm not like straining myself. This was a little goblin. So apparently time doesn't work around properly. Properly? Properly. Oh. Okay. Okay. Thanks, Terrybot? I didn't even see it. Did anyone see it? Did anyone manage to read that before it got fucking nuked? I don't know if I even... I have like a... I must have a thing, right? I'm curious. I want to see what the fuck just happened. um. All mod actions is showing is that something was banned. Not showing the actual thing. I want to see it. God damn it. Whoa. That's not meant to be up there. Whoa. I'm not used to messing around with my up here. Where was that? Quick actions. Why is it clicked on? Not in sub-only mode all of a sudden, is it? It looks like it's on for some reason. Okay. Why is it clicking off? What the fuck? Okay, whatever. Sure hope it isn't. There's just a black thing there. Okay, whatever. I sure hope it hasn't accidentally gone into sub-only mode and isn't telling me properly. It's always broken on my OBS for some reason. That's bothering me. Why is that fucking glowing? Don't be glowing. I'm gonna refresh my page. Hold on. What actually is here? What is happening? What is wrong with my fucking Twitch? What the hell? Weird. I wonder, I'll bet it was like a transphobic abuse spot or something because I have the non-binary tag. This is called illmail104. It's very funny because I'm not that. Now I'm fucking curious though. I wanna know. I didn't even get to cast down my reign of judgment. I said that wrong. I don't even get to rain down my judgment. Thereabouts too good. I'm kind of just guessing what the lower legs look like because the main reference doesn't actually have them for this outfit. But the older references do have them. So I'm kind of just going off of those and assuming it's much the same. But I could be wrong. That's just my guess. I don't think they've got an extra. Oh, now you're telling me that there's an incoming ad break. I guess I just needed to refresh my page. Okay. Whatever. Go off, I guess, Twitch. Do whatever you want. Of course, it's still as inaccurate as ever. Ugh. If we finish this, I might have to pick out some more attacks to do. But we'll see. This is looking to be kind of quick. I'm not sure how long I want to go today. I think I want to go for a good couple more hours. At least. But I don't know. I mean, maybe I'll only just get it done. We'll see. I think it would be pretty cool to be able to get 3 pieces done in one stream, though. I don't know, I was actually pretty tired feeling before I started the stream, but I don't know why I'm so hyper despite that. I think I'm like starting to mellow out a bit. Maybe it was because I got the melon. Nom nom. It was good melon. Upside down was not what I meant. Oh, I have a friend who'll they haven't streamed in a while. They will keep up whenever they stream art, they'd like bring up like 4 or 5 different pieces and just switch between them at random. I'm like, how? Because I'm a sort of person where, like, I'll have multiple projects up at a time, but I'll usually only work on one at a time until it's either finished or until I like take a break and come back to whichever one. I don't think I could do multiple in one go. I think this goblin only actually has 3 fingers. Going by the reference. Well, 4 fingers. 3 fingers and a thumb. Whichever your preferred way of stating fingers is. I'm not sure if it's a style thing or if it's like actually intended. I don't know, I haven't really checked. They do have a more cartoony style. No, yeah, I think it's intended. Anyway. Yeah. All of their other characters do in fact have 5 fingers. So I think it is intended. Not that it matters too much, because like, you can't really see the tail, but... not the tail, the hand. Why was I thinking tail? Maybe I am getting tired. Let's see how long I can go for. Yeah, I think that was good. Hey. Oh, come on, that's very small. Like, there were boss in the background there. Oh, I didn't... Got part of his hair. Oopsie. That's my bad. I didn't even notice. Wow, I managed to nail that on 5 stabilization. Force a habit, I guess. Keep getting pain in my elbow when I'm like drawing. Not even like the hand I'm drawing with either. It's my other one. I don't know if it's because I'm leaning too much on my chair or what. Like, I don't know, maybe it is. I'm not really sure. I mean, this probably it's gotta be. Probably what I should have also done is these bits of the shirt. They do kind of show up a bit. I usually have this little star thing. Not really sure what it is, but it should probably peek out a bit, at least. Itchy. Oh yeah, I should probably also like get the rest of the cloak drawn in, huh? That would probably help. Just a little bit. Just a teeny tiny bit. Not even the right color. Yippee! Oh, that's the wrong one. We're already done with that one. Don't need to come back to it. No, they're not the same color. That's fine. I have a hint that these are like gloves, maybe. Let me grab this one as well. That's what I'm basing the trousers off of. I don't think that undershirt is meant to be the same color as these. Yeah, no, it's a different color for sure. Oops. It's not usually how I do this, but I think it works well enough to get the point across. Yeah. Okay. Oh, what do I want to do with background? They seem to use pink a lot, so maybe I'll do that too. Maybe I'll just move some. Oh, weird throat nose. What the hell? Does it provide much contrast? That does maybe a bit too much though. That should be fine. Yeah, I think I'll get this done and then we can... I think we'll have time for at least some of another one. This is not taking very long at all. I have an urge to draw a baby Madmulja eating a burrito. Just listening to this right now. I really have that urge. It seems very appealing, but I'm gonna try and focus on art. Maybe I'll do the one. I can do the one. Like as a treat, right? Right? An edible tweet. Oh, something I'm really excited for when I get back to my own place. Why is my voice all crusty all of a sudden? What the hell? Ah. I was saying, I miss my 3D printer. I modeled myself some horns. Because partially because I got into FantasyCon Scotland. I think it would be really cute to like make some horns to wear. And maybe if I have enough time to like sell some. I don't think I really have enough time to like actually print them because they're quite long prints, to be honest. I might be able to make like 2 sets, maybe. Like 2 to sell. Maybe. I like a stretch. But I got this filament with the Prime Day deals. That glows in the dark and I want to use it. I want to see how it looks. They're probably going to be quite mismatched horns though, because they're rainbow as well. They're rainbow glow in the dark, so I'm quite excited. Mind you, I don't know how well they actually hold a charge, because I was testing them with. I also got a UV torch. It picked up like a little bit, but I don't know how much it needs for that stuff. It might just be because it hasn't like been printed yet, so it's just like the filament coil. That might be why. I'm not sure. I'll have to like test it out and see. I think the colors are going to be very nice though, if nothing else. Even if the glow in the dark is kind of shit. We'll see. I mean, mind you, I'm probably not gonna be able to, like, charge them much before the con. Like, properly. So, I don't know. I'm quite excited though, because I went for a stall in the main room. So I was given a choice, where it was like I could pick the side room, which was quieter because it didn't have like the main events, or I could pick the main ballroom. And like, I'm kind of interested in seeing what events they have because they seem like they had some cool ones. They've got like, they're bringing owls in. I might have to go take a break to like see the owls real quick. I don't know. It's probably gonna be outside. I don't know if they would bring those. Oh, maybe they would bring them in. I don't know. Maybe. But like, I want to see the owls. The owls! This had, what's it called? I can't remember off the top of my head. But it's like a band. I need to check it because like, what's it called? I have like one website that's just kind of broken for some reason. I don't know. Emmy, please. Yeah, One Shot Bards they have coming in, which is kind of cool. I think I've seen them like on TikTok before. I think because it sounded very familiar. So I think I might have seen some like clips of them on TikTok. I don't know. So I'm kind of interested. I am glad that there's like an extra room available though, because like I'm probably gonna be bringing my flatmate with me to help out, and those who don't know, who may be new, my flatmate has an eye condition. They are half blind, but they also, more importantly, they get eye strain and migraines, like just with normal light. And I don't know how bad it's gonna be in the main ballroom. I don't know if it's gonna be like kind of chill. I have no idea what the lighting situation is gonna be. They did manage with Dundee Comic-Con. Not without suffering. We were both kind of losing our minds for different reasons. But yeah, I'm hoping it's gonna be okay for them. I trust that they can like manage themselves. Like they'll know better than I do. But we'll see. I know there is supposed to be like a quiet room available as well, so hopefully they'll be okay. It's like my main concern with bringing them, because like I tend to get like a bit of a headache by the end of the convention, you know. I'm like, I don't want them to be suffering. You know, God forbid. Probably a no duh moment there, but like, I mean, they're adult and they know how to manage themselves, but hoping it'll be okay. I'm hoping if nothing else, there'll at least be that the quiet room will be maybe a bit dim if they need it. So we were having a bit of a struggle bus moment during Dundee Comic-Con. Because I did a Dundee Comic-Con on like 3 hours of sleep or something. Because I just couldn't sleep. I don't know if it was even that much. It might have been less. I don't even remember. But we were both kind of losing our minds a little bit. I was very delirious. As much fun as it was, I was very delirious. I'm really hoping to not have a repeat of that. Ideally. I'm especially hoping to not have a repeat of that during Acme Autumn, because fuck, that would suck for 2 days straight. I'm hoping my exhaustion from the first day will at least knock me out to get an okay amount of sleep for the second, but I might just be cursing myself there. Especially for FantasyCon, because I'm gonna have to catch a train in the morning, and it's gonna have to be quite an early train. So I don't think they're doing setup the day before for a one-day con. I mean, maybe they are, but I doubt it. It's like, it's an okay start time. It's 10 a.m. that it starts, but it's like an hour and a half to get there or something. And then I need like an hour and a half for setup. So I'm like, okay. Probably gonna have to try and catch a 7 a.m. train. Probably means being up at 6, which is a bit of a nightmare for me. But, you know, that's life. I am very excited though. It'll be my second con ever. And the first time I've actually had to travel a significant distance morning off. We're testing all sorts of things this year. I probably should like clarify, not my second con ever like to go to, but to stall at, to table at. I've been to plenty of conventions before. Albeit, this is my first convention it's more of a Ren Fair type of convention, if that makes sense. Because it's based around fantasy rather than being a Comic-Con. So yeah, it's a bit more Ren Fair type. So it's my first time ever going to one of those, I suppose. Second of many, hopefully. Hopefully. Yeah, I am excited. It was very unexpected though. So I'm a little... I feel slightly underprepared, but I did also manage to get all my stock for Acme Dundee sorted in a month. So, like, could be worse. I don't have to deal with getting as much ready from scratch. I mostly just need to print stuff. So I might need to get more cardstock. But I want to do some more like general fantasy stickers. Because those are easy enough. I can do those pretty quick and easy, both printing and making. Did we get a bot issue today? It seems so. I didn't really see what happened there. I didn't quite catch it. Yeah, poorly timed outbreak. You. Okay, there we go. Outbreak over. Yes, I believe it was a bot. I think it was if I had to guess, I think it was a transphobia bot. But I don't know. I didn't see what it tried to post because Seribot fucking instantly sniped it. Holy shit. Like, good god, Seribot. On the ball. I mean, I know it's the bot, but like, good lord. We love Seribot. I love Seribot. Seribot, my beloved. If there's any bot I ever recommend anyone to get, especially if you're, like, of any minority, like, at all, it's Seribot. Please get Seribot. It's great. It's free. It's easy. And it's better than Twitch's Ultimate. But, Yeah, no, I have no idea what it tried to say, but I can only assume that it was probably like calling me a man or something. Which is very funny because I'm like, I'm not that, but like I'm not offended by that either. I don't know, I'd rather be called a man than a girl half the time. Depending on how I'm feeling. But it's quite funny. That's my assumption of what it probably was. That's just going off of the name of it, you know. Like, ill male 104, probably. Probably. But I didn't see it. I don't think anyone saw it. Seribot just got that shit. Seribot got that shit down on lock. I mean, it could just be someone's sensitive information. I somehow doubt that. But who knows? A male from Illinois? I kinda doubt it. Something tells me that was probably not the case. Not that it matters too much. I always think that kind of spam is kind of funny as well. Like, okay, who cares? There's any one thing. Transphobia is pretty shit at, like, they're kind of bad at, like, good insults. They all use the same ones. Like, come on. Come up with something better, please. They have, like, one joke. Maybe two. My favorite is when you're like, you're telling, you're like barely arguing with like a conservative or someone right-wing. It's the same thing, but like, you know, and you're being like, you guys only have like 2 jokes, and then they repeat the same fucking joke. Trying to twist it as like another joke. It's like, that's the same fucking joke. Get another fucking joke. You use the same ones. Please. It's always so funny when I see that. Like, you are not proving anyone wrong. Come on. Like, it's always either I identify as an attack helicopter type joke, or it's my pronouns are X, Y, or whatever. It's always one of those two. It's like, please come up with another joke. I'm begging you. If you're gonna try and be insulting, at least be original about it. Come on. Oh, or it's like they'll try and reuse like a left-wing joke or something and try to make it right-wing, but it won't make sense anymore because they've done that. It's like, try harder, please. Come up with your own shit. Come on. Get new jokes. Like, my favorite here of arguing politics online. Not gonna lie. That was good. Yes, of course. I think everywhere else looks good. I want to thicken the outline very slightly to hide any little holes in it. Yeehaw. Oh, wait. This too. Oh, itchy. I'm gonna have to find another character to attack after this. This is being done very, very quickly. Maybe glow dodge will work a bit better, actually. Was I doing that in the wrong color, like, half of that time? Oops. Whoopsie. I think I'll do a little thing. Cheeky little thing. You know. As I am known to do. I'm using it right now to walk. Oh, you're walking pad. I didn't see the first message. Oh. That like one of those things where you can just walk forever on it and not move. That's my assumption. I have some cheeky little thingamajigs. I have one of those electronic standing desks now. I can exercise on. Hell yeah. Let's go. Maybe not that. No. Yeah. I don't think I could use a standing desk, unfortunately. My legs are a bit too wonky. I can barely walk about normally as is, quite frankly. I keep having issues. I don't know if I mentioned on stream, I actually did have to like buy myself a foldable walking stick recently. Because I keep getting like leg instability and pain when I walk because of whatever fucking connective tissue disorder I have. I don't even fucking know. It's fine. I don't use it all the time. I try to avoid using it because it does strain my wrist when I use it. So it's just for when it's like really particularly bad. So I've only had to use it like twice maybe in the month and a half or so that I've had it. Something like that. 2 months maybe? I think I got it like 2 months ago or something. I've only had to use it like twice so far. It's just there for when it's like particularly like crunchy. So that I'm not, because I essentially had like an incident PM where I was walking home and my knees just got very, very unstable, and it wasn't painful, but it was like this feeling where if I were to trip like at all, or if my leg were to jolt at all, it felt like it was gonna just like dislocate itself. Which is not a good feeling to have. By the way. Not a good feeling to have at all, so I was like, okay. I had been thinking about it for a while as well, like before then even, of like maybe I should get myself a walking stick, like just to have for if I need it. I am waiting on referral for a physio team to like take a look at what the fuck is going on. Because like I know that my knees are hypermobile. I don't know what the actual connective tissue disorder I have is, and I don't know why it's getting worse. That's like the main things. I do not currently know why it's getting worse. So hopefully. Do I put stickers on my walking stick? I haven't yet. I have been thinking about doing it. I just don't have enough, like... Right now, I'd only be putting my own stickers on it. I don't necessarily want to be putting my own stickers on it. For the most part, anyway. I might pick some up at, FantasyCon, if there's any around. I don't know. I might go on a little hunt for some. I do have some stickers back home, but I don't know if I want to put them on my walking stick. Can you sign it? I don't know about that one. It's not a cast. Ooh. That's kind of nice. I kind of vibe with that. Yeah, I'm waiting to get that referral back. It's the main thing is like I need to get like imaging done to see what the f is going on. Because one of the things that could be happening is I might be having a gap forming in the joint. Or it might just be like flaring up. I don't know. But they need to like check it. And the doctor I saw about it was gonna just like refer me for some knee x-rays. But then he was like, actually, I'm gonna wait to get in contact with the physio team. Because they might want something hyper specific. And we don't want to send you for multiple rounds if we can just do it all in one go. Like, okay, fair enough. I was kind of busy that week anyway, so I didn't necessarily want to be like taking time out of a day that week when I was already, because this was like right before Acme Dundee. So I was like, yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily want to take time out of my week to go get x-rays if I can wait a little bit. I'm just waiting to hear back about that at some point. Huzzah. But yeah, it's I don't know, it's been like progressively getting to be more of an issue over the past like 2 years or so, I'd say. So it's not too surprising. I'm just not really sure why it's getting worse. It's funny because like every time I talk to my mom about it, she's like, "Oh, you need to strengthen your thigh." It's like, yeah, but that also requires like putting me through pain because it's exercising that's the issue in the first place. Hopefully it's something easily treatable. It will not be. That's the unfortunate part. It doesn't really matter what it is because I know what the core issue is, and that's not treatable. That's just a problem with my connective tissue, which can't do much about that, unfortunately. I am somewhat worried in the sense of because I don't actually know what parts of my body are affected by the connective tissue disorder, which is a little worrying. I only know about my knees, and it's very unusual for knees to be the only part that's like hypermobile. That is not usually the case, which makes it very odd and kind of concerning. Yeah, my mom's issue is solved by having more muscles, but that requires working the body parts that hurt. Yeah, it's kind of the annoying part with connective tissue disorders, specifically when it does affect joints, is like your joints are essentially holding the body part together. Like your muscles are holding it together because your joints are not doing it by themselves. Which I recently found out, kind of at that visit and kind of partially after, that I physically can't untense my knees. Apparently. Art streams exist, yeah. I mean, they're just art streams, you know? Anyway, this is pretty much done. I'm gonna have to go and pick someone else out. So I was only expecting to do 2 today, but I think I have time for like 1 more small one. Gee, just didn't expect them to have their own tag. I mean, anything's a tag if you put it in. That's the philosophy to go with. What team am I on? Team Seafoam. It's my 7th year playing, which is a bit like, oh my god, I've been here for 7 years. I do in fact do friendly fires though. I don't really care about the teams that much. I just want to draw characters I want to draw. Let's export that and let me go searching for another character. Let's see my bookmarks I've got. I don't know who this one was. You just bought some brushes? Ooh. What kind of brushes? I don't think... Actually, no. I haven't done anything since week 1, so I need to get back into... Fair enough. Honestly, I've been kind of struggling to keep up this year just because I've got quite a lot of personal shit going on. Oh, what was I saying before? Coloring ones with realistic textures. Ooh. Very nice. I'm not a big painter myself, but that does seem fun for like backgrounds and stuff. I don't remember who this one was. There you are. This is the one I've been wanting to attack like all year. Not all year, all month. The whole month. I do digital painting sometimes like a dweeb. I sometimes do a bit of painting with backgrounds, but I'm not particularly good with digital painting, so I mostly stick to cel shading. I sometimes experiment with it, but I'm no good with it. I'm gonna be real. What was I saying? I was talking about my connective tissue disorder, wherever the fuck it is. I don't know what specific one it is the problem. Yeah, I found out at my doctor's visit about it that I physically cannot untense my knees. Which is an interesting problem to have, but it's because my muscles keep my knees from literally falling apart. So there just isn't an untent. I don't know how to untent them. And like the doctor was complaining, like, please untense your knees. Like, I'm trying to see how hypermobile they are. I'm like, this is as untense as they're gonna get. I can't I can't help you any further here. Sorry. Every day is no leg day. I do have to wonder, like, how strong my leg muscles actually are just because they're literally keeping my knees from falling apart. My main concern is I don't know what connective tissue disorder is because only my knees are hypermobile, which is concerning. Because here's the thing, connective tissue disorders do not typically affect one single body part. Usually, if you are flexible, you are usually flexible in multiple joints. I am not. I am only flexible in my knees, as far as I am aware. Which makes me worry for, other connective tissues in my body that I cannot readily see. It's like, that might not be good. So thank you for following Panther's the cat. Welcome, welcome, to the fairy kingdom. I suppose that's what I'm supposed to say. Don't usually add on the second part. Anyway. This one's like a Sin-Eater Lalafell. He was a fairy! Very real. That is just my whole stream. And I'm a fairy. But, yeah, no. It was like, it was brought up to me like, yeah, sometimes with connective tissue disorders, because you have connective tissue in your heart, we need to, like, check your heart. I was like, ah, right, yes, I suppose that is something. But it was like, he was checking my resting heart rate, which was just like, yeah, I've never had an issue come up with my resting heart rate. Is that, I'm not sure that's the one you should be concerned about. Yeah, I will copy and paste my, oh my god, that's tiny! So compressed. Get bigger. This is the character I'm attacking. It's a Sin-Eater Lalafell. From Final Fantasy XIV. My little hyperfixation game. I might actually post this though. Although I just did 2 attacks in that. This can buy stuff. Too bad, I don't think. I've been wanting to attack this one. Great, and there's the ad break, of course. I might use this as an opportunity to go get some water, actually. Maybe. I am out of water, and I kind of desperately need some right now. Let me just... Eh. That works. Okay, I'm back. I figured I'd take the opportunity. I would usually switch to a BRB screen, but I didn't want to do it suddenly while in the middle of an ad break. I do love YouTube Studio when it freaks the fuck out. What kind of compliments do I like? I don't know. I wouldn't say I'm particularly good at compliments in general. I don't really know how to handle them a lot of the time. Like I kind of just go, oh, thank you, and then move on. I don't know. I don't know what kind of compliments I like. There's a question to ask. I wonder where this will lead to. Who could say? Oh, thank you is a universally accepted response. Yeah, that's why I tend to go for it. That or like a keyboard smash when it's over text. But yeah, I wouldn't say I don't know. It's not that I don't like compliments, but I'm not sure if I have a preferred preferred style of compliment. I don't think I've ever thought about it. I'm not sure how much of this one I'll get done. I might be able to do all of it. We'll see. It depends how long it takes for me to get tired. It's currently 1 AM. Hello. Hola. Ciao. 2 AM for you. Late gang. Late gang. They have something under their eye. Not hard to tell. They have a lot of different pieces here. They're not all done by them, so... Yeah, I do at some point really wanna, I really wanna draw my own signature design for Leia. Something I'd very much like to do. I did have like a quick sketch of it a while ago, like after I'd finished Shadowbringers, but one of those Long Legs on Ice characters, I'm like, yeah, it's this is the character I'm drawing at the moment. Don't mind the other references from earlier. This is the third piece I'm working on in this stream. I did not expect to get through the first two quite so quickly within like 3.5 hours. So they kind of dab up from everywhere though on this side. Yeah, I did do like a quick sketch at one point of like a quick concept for Alea as a Sin-Eater, but I couldn't, I don't know, I couldn't decide on like concept I liked at the time. The Attack or Revenge, this is just an attack. I'm on a little strike from revenging for the moment because I've spent half the month just catching up on revenges and I'm tired and I want to draw some characters I want to draw. Like, not that revenges aren't fun, but I had characters I did specifically pick out as like, hey, I really want to like draw this one. So I want to try and get at least some of those done before I catch back up, if I bother to catch up with the rest this year. We have a couple of versions. I think I could merge these two, actually. It's kind of, it's funky. I think it's very much just a follow your heart situation here, to be honest. So we have a few different versions. Why is everything fucking itchy? God. I think all of their hair is kind of supposed to be feathers, though. What do I draw usually? Right now it's a lot of Final Fantasy 14 fan art outside of Art Fight. I'm currently working on a comic, which we'll see how long that takes to get done, because I've never drawn a full comic before. I've done like comic pages, but I've never done a full one. And I usually draw like D&D OCs and stuff. Recently it's been a lot of Final Fantasy 14 though. Let me save this real quick for that. For the comic, it's an old concept I had like 4 years ago. Like this is an old one. It's essentially, a familiar decides that after, like 600 years of, waiting to be chosen as a witch's familiar to just become a familiar themselves, to become a witch themselves. So he summons a demon and becomes a witch. There's more to the story, but like that's kind of all that's being covered in the comic as I'm drawing it at the moment. I'm kind of just doing like the intro portion. And we'll see if I feel like continuing it, essentially. Essentially, it's mainly to test out if I can print my own little zines. You also have an idea. A ridiculous idea. Yes? I do love these Lalafels and each are quite funny. It's like this horrifying eldritch being. But they're also like potato sized. They are very puntable. Isekai, but MC is a cartoon donkey with slapstick. That would be quite funny for a one shot, I think. You could definitely do a little scene with that. Don't let your memes stay dreams, you know? Or something like that. Oh, funny? Oh no, I have ideas. Probably what I should have done was, I probably should have geared my little comic to a smaller premise, since I'm just kind of testing things out, but no. I must always overdo it. I must always overachieve. I actually draw him? Oh, the donkey? I should not be that tight, actually. I should have a little bit more leeway. This should be a bit more bunch, I think. That's way too thin. That's small, I think. I know Lalafels have small hands, but that feels disproportionate. Actually, I think... I don't like that. I might do some work on the comic on stream once I have the rough drafts done. So I'm like 3/4 of the way through. He's on your art file. Oh, I might take a look. We'll see if I can muster the energy after stream. I mean, you can put it in, I don't mind. I'm probably gonna forget, I'm gonna be real. I'll remember if, I have that, command to get my art fight profile up. That'll be easier. I'm not gonna bring it up at the moment. I already have 3 tabs of art fight open. I don't really need them. I don't really need any more of them. I arguably actually probably should have brought up a 4th tab because now I'm gonna have to go find the previous character I was drawing again. I mean, I do have them bookmarked, but... Oh. My ear keeps getting crushed into my headphones. Ah. Ouch. That shit really hurts. I'm not really sure what's going on that arm. This is actually not really how these are supposed to be. More organized than that. I think I actually know which shirt this is supposed to be, just off of these, but... I think I do remember Set having these specifically. Apparently I tried to work on a monster idea. Ooh. A monster about, I guess, question mark? I don't know how to phrase that. What's the concept for the monster, I suppose? That's a lot of wings. Oh, my wings, my favorite thing to draw. Farmer Star Spotted Mole Centaur. Oh, that's sure kind of interesting. That's quite a... enough parts, certainly, to make it interesting. I'm kind of curious on what that'll look like. Good luck with that. I feel like I should... I don't know, should I bring him up a bit? Maybe? That should have a few more stickies. Sticky out. Complicated. I'd imagine it's complicated. I tried to make the star nose into the farmer's straw hat. Okay. I see the vision. Thank you for following, Frog Boys. Let's go. I hope that alert is picking up finally, please. Please tell me it is. I've been trying to tinker with it for ages. I think my stream is slightly more behind at the moment. Ooh. I don't know if it's been losing frames or something. Hope not. I'd be quite annoyed if it has been. Yeah, you get the point. You get the point with that. Also, he has a horse head and snout that's only a long mouth. Hmm. Interesting. Okay, let's see how quickly I can line this. Let's see if I can get this done before I, like, die of exhaustion or something. I don't remember which way wings tend to fold. I'm gonna look that up actually. I have a bird, but I don't really pay attention to which way. No, not that. No! Bird wing, not plain wing. Fucking hell. Heat is killing you? Yeah. It's kind of humid here. It's not too bad. I don't think. But could certainly be worse. Okay. It is usually this side. That's fine. Feathers. That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right at all. This usually works kind of like that. That's not right either. Let me get that fucking reference up again. God damn it. Oh, outbreak soon. Thanks for the warning, Twitch. For once. I will never stop getting annoyed at Twitch not warning properly. I'll be eternally mad. Today I spent way longer than I probably should have on a single wing. Out of, what, like 10? Oh boy! I'm getting quite good at F1. Let's see what if I can get the lineup finished by like 2 and then go from there. I have been live for 4 hours, so might be getting to time now. We'll see. He is kind of getting to me as well a little bit now. Now that I'm noticing it. What even is the temperature right now? $15. Ugh. 15 degrees at 1:30 in the morning. In Scotland? Ugh. Terrible. Awful. I don't know why I sketched out a little button nose. You going now? Okay. See you later. Bye-bye. Ippy, ippy, ippy. Ippy. Ouch. My back is crunching. Ugh. Wing. Oh my god, it actually is kind of sweltering here now. Holy shit. Ugh. Do. God, I hate drawing wings. Why are wings so hard? I'm not gonna try too hard at this point because half of it's gonna be covered. Well, so long as it looks like a wing. That's all that really matters, isn't it? If you can tell what it is, I have done my job. You know? I say actively struggling. Probably because I was drawing it backwards, but that's fine. Don't do that. Don't hold control when I said not to. What could make drawing wings worse? Multiple overlapping wings. Oh, I'm actually getting quite ippy now. Ugh. Also, my hand is cramping a bit. What I get for drawing so many different things in one stream, I suppose. I'll still try and finish the line art for this. I think I can at least manage that much, probably. My brain is starting to switch off a little bit though, I won't lie. Love your new brushes. That's good. Glad you're enjoying them. I've actually been picking up quite a few new brushes, mostly for background stuff, or textures, mainly textures. I found someone who does some really nice, background texture brushes, on Tumblr semi-recently. I ended up downloading a whole bunch of their brushes. So I've got those in my repertoire now. It's always fun picking up new brushes to play with. I do like having the Clip Studio store available right there, because it does make it quite easy to explore for new brushes. It was next a little bit from what I originally had sketched. Who knows how the hell Lalafell heads even hold up, or Lalafell necks even hold up their fucking big ass heads. That one's a mystery to me. They have strong ass neck muscles. Clearly. A little easier on myself to draw his here. Tilting it up a bit. Oh god. I'm too tired. I want to finish this. Or at least finish the line art, if nothing else. I'm kind of thinking about, yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to pick up probably more than the expected amount of art stock. Ugh. I have quite a bit I need to print actually. Not necessarily for fancy con though. I think that'll be mostly fine. We'll see. I don't know how big or small it actually is. I think it's kind of small, but I could be wrong. I know for Acme Autumn I'm definitely gonna have to get a bunch of cardstock to print everything I need to print though. Oof. So that's a 2-day con and I'm not gonna be able to print anything on the fly super easily. If I run out of anything. And that's a big con as well. Can't tell if that's a Lalafell or Chibi. It's a Lalafell. It is in fact a Lalafell. It's a Lalafell in Demeter, which I suspect you haven't gone to that point in the game. But don't worry about it. I've taken to calling them punting children. Yeah. Let me show you a screenshot of my punting child. Oh, do you play Lalafell? They're quite funny. I do want to play. If I ever make an L, I probably will make a Lalafell. I do think they're quite funny. A good couple of my friends have, my friend who's been playing for a good couple of years longer than I have, they're currently playing a Lalafell because they thought it was really funny to do a 100% account using a Lalafell. And one of my other friends who's started playing, but still like at the very, very beginning of the game, because he started like right before Dawn Trail came out, essentially. And he also doesn't have a lot of gaming time at the moment. He made a Lalafell, because he just thought it was funny. Got this idea that he's somebody that just came to Limsa for studies or some such and is really annoyed that they're being scripted as an adventure. We love that. Yeah, I feel like it's quite natural to just like slowly come up with lore organically for your wall. I feel like that's pretty common. You go into it not thinking you're gonna get attached and then suddenly, whoops, that's an OC. I feel like that's quite common. Alea's kind of started out similar. She's like, she escaped to Eorzea from, a different continent from the east. After killing her quote-unquote father figure who wasn't really a father figure. I also take it to calling him Ro just because the Lalafell naming scheme makes me roll my eyes a little. What, you don't like Tataru Taru? I think it's fun. I don't know. But I mean, there's plenty of reasons you can break it, to be perfectly honest. I quite like the repeat names. I think they're cute. I'm also very sad that VR expansion locks somebody on free trial in the moment. Yeah. You can always Fantasia, because you'll now get 2 free Fantasias. I want to be a pretty bunny. You can Fantasia later. It's fine. You'll get access to 2. You'll get 1 through. Well, you get both from side quests. Try to see what kind of on this thing. Can't though. I don't know, I'm gonna guess it a little bit. I might on Tuesday. I might maybe do some grinding for the new raids. I might do. Because I do need to do that. And unfortunately have to wait until the weekly reset. I can't. I've already picked up my weekly allowance of loot, but I need more of it. I didn't get enough to get the new armor, so. I also need to farm, like, well, maybe I don't need to farm tombstones, actually. I might be okay on that. If I'm trying to get the stuff from the raids. I believe the raid gear is higher tier than the current tombstone gear that's available. But yeah, I might do that on Tuesday. Perhaps. We'll see how I feel. We'll see if I feel like embarrassing myself on stream. I did pick up fights pretty well, I think. But they are just quite difficult. So I might still embarrass myself. I need to level Sage and Pictomancer, technically, but primarily Sage, because that's my second main, and it's still only on 91 because I haven't been bothered. So I should probably do that. Mind you, I'm probably going to be doing some of that tomorrow with my friends, I imagine. I also need to continue leveling Archer. I have a bunch of shit I need to level. Archer can wait, though. I'll see how I feel between Pictomancer and Archer. Well, not Archer, Bard, even. We'll see, we'll see. I have a shit ton of things to do, like, actually. I just haven't been very bothered the past few days, just because I'm very focused on art fight stuff. Or art stuff in general, so I've mostly, like, if I've logged in at all the past couple of days, it's mostly been just to do some daily stuff, and it's not even dungeons. I'll probably do my dailies with Sage, just to get the bonuses. I'm lazy. I don't feel like it. The one thing with playing Stage with my friends is at the moment, all but one of them is still quite early in the game. One of them is in, I believe they're currently, they might be getting to Stormblood now. Either way, I'm still not too far in on their new account. The other friend is still in a realm. The other two friends are still in A Realm Reborn. And then one level skipped because they've already played through the entire MSQ like multiple times. They're like, I just want to play Dawn on this account. So, you know, fair enough. They just got skip. So they are now caught up. Again. But it does mean, even playing healer with my friends at the moment, it's not particularly interesting, it just kind of is. Should be fine enough for leveling though. Or, well, easy leveling. We'll see. I kind of picked an awkward form for this. Oh, shape. Hey, Justin, do you mind me asking how far you've actually gotten with the MSQ so far? Are you still in A Realm Reborn, or have you, like, gone to Heaven's Word or anything? You haven't been playing for too long, so I don't imagine you're too far in unless you've, like, been no-lifing it. I somehow suspect you have not been. But I don't know. Oh boy, another ad break. Oh boy. Oh, look at that, it's 2 AM. I'm nearly done with line art. It's just a few more things. A few more parts. Hands, hands, hands. We return from the ad break. Woohoo! I'm almost done with the lighting of this. I don't know if I want to color it today. Or on stream at least. I'm getting quite tired. I'm trying to decide that right now. I kinda just wanna finish up. But I also kinda wanna get it done. I don't know. Maybe I'll do like black colors. And see how I feel from there. Also, I can't tell if he still has the other ear. Never really shown, so I'm gonna just not. And then the eye. And also I forgot his glasses. I'll put those in a bit. It's fine, I'll remember them totally. I will totally not forget his glasses. Something I will certainly remember to draw. We won't think too much about where the other end of this part of the glasses goes. In fact, we'll just hide it behind the hair. Who cares? Hmm. Yeah, sure. I'm gonna color it in blue first, and then I will replace it white. It's supposed to be an off-white, but that was just white, but it's color picked, so. Oh, that's open at the top. See? And close that off. Whoops. This is what happens when I'm drawing while I'm tired. I get sloppy. I get sloppy and I miss things, and it just turns out real rough. Ouch. No. Oops. And that's just straight up white. Don't even have to worry about the eyeballs. They just get colored along with. Probably do the little thingamajigs here. Thingamajig pattern. I just realized that's another. Oops. That was just white. Kinda wanna make this slightly off-white, if only to very slightly differentiate, you know? That doesn't quite look right. Yeah, that looks okay, I think. Make sure I have the right color for that. Hmm. Oh god damn it, that's another wing part that I forgot. No. Quite right. Yippee! Need some water. Whoa. I think these wings were actually supposed to be more joined in the middle here, but whatever, man. I might cheat and just shift it all to be slightly bigger. I don't really want to deal with it. Hehe. We cheat a little. There's a reason I'm choosing these colors. It's for plot reasons. Oops. I don't know if there's someone in particular. There's no fucking mouse. There we are. More so in Tomra. Okay. So you won't go purple. I forget what Tomra even looks like. Gonna be a bit of a simple background. We're gonna be quite simple about this. Me all like, oh, I'm gonna make this simple, and then I do an actual background. That. Oops. That's not quite what I meant to do. Oh well. I'll figure this out. This. Ugh, it's completely off. It's like completely off. Probably gonna be blurring this background quite a bit, to be honest, but I'm not sure I wanna hands on that. Just do that instead. Just something quite simple-ish. Technically a scene, but not even the right fucking color. I'm so tired. I'm looking at a reference and I'm still getting the color. Just like not even in the correct side of the color palette. Oh. What? 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 What's happening today? What happened? Huh? I don't know if that was a legitimate message or if Sari false flagged something. Oh. Sure would be nice if you would tell me. Oh. Nah, it's just spam. Ah, both of them are just like, both of the things are just like all spams. Okay. Fair enough then. Thanks, Sarybot. I guess there's been another bot in Flux or something. go. That's a bit more alike to what I'm looking for. Okay, maybe not. Maybe let's don't do that. Like these, and then a recent little bit of light on them. This is quite a low effort scene background. I'm tired, maybe. I think it'll still look okay. At the very least. Oh, don't do that. Hey, calm down. I don't really like that. I think this is quite a good way of layering and texture in, though. Nice and easy. This I think could use a bit of blurring though. Maybe not that much blurring. That's a bit much. A little bit. Oh boy. Oh, that's not the soft eraser. Let's see. We'll do this method. This method of hitting perhaps. I gotta say, it's been a while since I've seen one of those bot buying or bot follow buying promotion accounts on here. Maybe just because of like Siri bots. It's quite just has like the old ones auto banned, I think. I guess there's been some new ones popping up probably. Let's see if I can finish this before it hits 3 AM. Sure would like to. I'm quite tired. I think sometimes it's easier to take away shadow than, or take away shadow than it is to add in shadow. It depends. I think it's kind of fun though. It's a bit different. Makes for like a completely different effect, honestly. We on the late stream. This might be the latest I've ever streamed. Not sure. Especially for like a stream that did like start at like a normal-ish time. Beep, beep, beep. Ugh. Almost done, almost done. Thank God, because I'm pretty fucking exhausted at this point. Ugh. We'll deepen the shading at the bottom, I think. Maybe like that. Yeah, I kind of like that, I think. That might be one of the better options for this part. Okay. Yeah. Let's go with that. I need to worry about how strong bounce light is, because like, well, rim light, bounce light, whatever. Because it's bright as fuck. Oh, we'll fix that a little bit. Maybe I will lighten this a teeny tiny bit just to blend it. Hmm. Don't want to darken that too much though. That's it pretty much done, I think. I think I'm happy enough with that. Oops, wrong eraser again. Yeah, there we go. Fix it like that. Oh, 3 attacks done in one go. Let's go. Why are you going so big? Stop being so big, please. I feel like I should maybe texture that a little bit at least though. You'll be it. Nice and easy. Yeah, easy peasy. There we go. And with that, I'm gonna finish stream. Finally. And go to sleep. I managed to finish before 3 AM. Let's go. 3 attacks in one stream in 5.5 hours? I'd say that's pretty good. I'd say... Yeah, I'd say that's pretty good. Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Thank you for coming. If you came for a little bit or a lot of it, either way, I appreciate it. Good night. Sleep. I'm gonna sleep. Bye-bye.